getting ready to get started with the first candidate. And until we can get Mr. Harms on the Zoom, I am going to read his question. So, first candidate, you may start.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Armando Aguilar. I'm an Assistant Chief of Police with the Miami Police Department. I currently oversee the Criminal Investigations Division. I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for being here today. It's going to be a very long day for you, and this is one of the most important positions in city government. So I thank you for your commitment to our city and taking the time to be a part of this process. As for me, I've been very happily married for the past 17 years to a wonderful woman, and her name is Angela, and she still gives me butterflies. My two daughters...
I can't hear him.
Oh, might have audio trouble. I have two wonderful teenage daughters, and I come from a family of public servants. I'm a third-generation law enforcement officer. Oh. I don't know if Chief Dixon can hear me.
Chief Dixon, this is Yvette. I'm one of the hosts. I am asking them to unmute themselves. It is not you, it is on their end.
Oh.
It is not you, it is on their end.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir. Okay.
Thank you.
So for as long as I can remember, my family has instilled in me the values of hard work, ethical behavior, service, and accountability. And it's those values that have carried me through every personal and professional decision that I've made since then. I've been with the Miami Police Department for the past 20 years, and before that I was a dispatcher with the West Miami Police Department and a police officer with the Miami-Dade Police Department. I truly believe our police department to be a world-class law enforcement organization, and I think that the work that our officers, especially in the past year, our officers and our civilian employees, the work that they've demonstrated in the past year have really made us a model for other law enforcement agencies to follow. I've worked in all major divisions of the Miami Police Department. I've held my current assignment, as I mentioned, in criminal investigations, as well as senior management positions in field operations, administration, internal affairs, and served as the executive officer to 2 chiefs of police. As far as my education, I have a master's degree in public administration, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I also have an executive certificate in public policy from the Harvard Kennedy School of Government. I'm a graduate of the FBI National Academy and the Senior Management Institute for Police, and I'm also a senior certified HR professional through the Society for Human Resource Management. I'm fluent in both English and Spanish, and I've conducted numerous media interviews, panel interviews, press conferences for research organizations and local, national, and international news outlets. 3 years ago, Chief Colina laid out a vision for the Miami Police Department. He challenged every single sworn and civilian employee of the department to dedicate all of our effort, all of our energy into making Miami the safest city in America.
Remaining.
But last year, several threats to that vision became a reality. Increases in violent crime, threats to our quality of life, especially as it pertains to homeless issues and environmental crimes, and a raging pandemic that is still very much alive and well in our communities. It's time now to build upon the foundation that Chief Colina set for us, and with a renewed vigor, renew our commitment to crime reduction and community policing, trust and legitimacy within our communities, and promoting and enhancing officer safety and wellness.
Time is up. Let's proceed with the questions, please. Stephen, you have the first question.
That's correct. Mr. Aguilar, are you familiar with the Police Executive Research Forum's guiding principles on the use of force? And if you are, what is your opinion regarding implementation of those policies?
I'm very much familiar with the guiding principles on use of force, and I agree wholeheartedly that they should be a part of every law enforcement agency's use of force policy. Right now, we have 18,000 police departments in America, which means we have 18,000 different use of force policies. And so I think that, I think that the guiding principles really place an emphasis on the sanctity of human life and respecting that sanctity, and using force only as a last resort. And we see that what cities throughout America have been demanding of their police departments for so long, we've proudly adopted here in Miami. So many of the principles of the 30 guiding principles, the principles of 8 can't wait, such as de-escalation training, implicit bias training, we're already ahead of the curve in many of those areas, and I'm proud of that. And so I think that when we look back a decade ago, our police department was involved in many incidents that I'm not proud of. And the most impactful thing about that is that there was never a change in our use of force policy. What drove those shootings, what drove that activity was organizational culture. And as the old saying goes, organizational culture eats policy for lunch. And so it's not enough to adopt the guiding principles, but to instill those guiding principles at the very early stages of training and to reinforce them throughout every officer's career.
Next question.
Please tell us if you have an opinion, and if so, what it is, regarding the need for collection of data to identify and document racial and ethnic disparities for use as a tool to figuring out how to ensure racial ethnic fairness in policing. Do you have experience in collecting and analyzing data of this type? And would you commit to implementing protocols to collect and analyze racial and ethnic data in connection with all police encounters with the public?
I think that, so to answer your question, yes. Not only do I support the collection of such data, but I've demonstrated my support through several of my professional experiences. I think the more data that we have, the smarter decisions that we're equipped to make. And I do have experience in collecting racial and ethnic data, not so much in an enforcement capacity, but in one of my positions on the personnel side of the police department. And I'm very proud of having led the police department out of a consent decree that stemmed from discriminatory hiring and promotion practices that affected women and black males. And so I'm very familiar with working with the Employment Litigation Section in the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. I know what it is that they're looking for to ensure equity in hiring and promotions. And the most remarkable thing about leading the department out of that consent decree is that we did that through targeted recruitment while at the same time implementing some of the most stringent hiring standards in our history, demonstrating that we could be more diverse, we could be more professional without sacrificing the quality of our applicant pool. And so I'm certainly committed to measuring that data and making smarter decisions in the enforcement side as well.
Next question.
Good morning.
Did you press your button?
Good morning.
Morning.
Do you live or have you ever lived in the city of Miami? And if so, how long?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Have you lived or do you live in the city of Miami? And if so, how long? This is a two-part. Let me finish it out here. The department, particularly your position, would benefit from someone with tenure. If chosen for this position, what is your expectation and how long do you plan or would you like to be in this position?
So to the first question, I do not and have not lived in the city. Spend most of my time growing up in the city as well as most of my time now is spent within the city of Miami. So I'm very committed to the city. As far as how long I expect to be in this position, I definitely have a long-term view in mind. I would hope to be in this position for no less than 5 years if the city manager will have me for that long and longer if they're open to it.
I'll do the next question in place of Mr. Harms. Candidate, Many officers in the various agencies are overweight, out of shape, and do not present a professional appearance. Many of the Miami police officers fit within these categories. Police officers who present a professional appearance and accordingly present their agencies professionally. What would you do to correct overweight, out of shape, and professional appearance standards to all police officers in the department that fit the criteria noted, the previous criteria of what I said?
So I appreciate to hear that question. I touched upon officer safety and wellness. So we have mountains of research that demonstrate that officers who are physically and emotionally fit are less likely to use excessive force, are less likely to engage in conduct that results in citizen complaints. They're less likely to be injured on the job, and when they are injured on the job, they come back to work 30% faster than their less healthy peers. So I do believe very much that officer safety and wellness has to be at the center of what we do. Our workforce has to be fit enough to serve the public and healthy enough to be able to not be injured and off the job as often. So we have stringent entry-level fitness requirements. We have fitness requirements in many of our specialized units, but most of our police department is not subject to them. And so I would, if appointed chief of police, I would meet with the Fraternal Order of Police to begin immediately implementing, a wellness program. At first, we would begin gradually through a voluntary program. I would like for the union contract to include a provision that gives police officers a break on their health insurance premiums if they meet certain physical standards, and then gradually move the police department, the entire department, not just specialized units, into this wellness program. We would also provide other workshops for officers, such as healthy eating workshops, smoking cessation, and a fitness regimen that they could participate either in person or remotely as well.
Next question.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, sir.
Nice to see you again. What is your vision for the future of policing in America, in the United States?
Well, again, last year we faced many challenges, and those challenges continue to this day. But I believe that police departments always have to remember, and individual officers and civilian employees always have to remember who it is that we work for, and that is that we work for the people. And so if we're truly to embrace community policing, that means that the public has to have a very significant say in what it is that we do, and the way that we provide service to them, the way that we enforce laws. And so we've been met with some challenges in the past year, but I do believe that the future of policing in America is bright. We just have to be smarter about how we police. We have to make sure that we're including all of our stakeholders in our decision making.
Next question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As a business owner in the city, I see a growing issue with the impact the homeless have on our business community. Additionally, incidents involving people with mental illness and the police are a source of concern. How would you ensure that your department is prepared to deal with these situations? What resources or training would you implement to assist officers with dealing with citizens who are homeless and/or who have special needs or mental illness?
So again, thank you. I touched on the homeless issue, and the homeless issue is, I believe, inextricably intertwined with the mental health issues that we face in Miami-Dade County. So as you know, the city of Miami was recently lifted from the Pottinger Agreement, but we, to be quite frank, have not moved fast enough in moving into a post-Pottinger era. Let's be clear. The Pottinger Agreement was never intended to be good public policy. It was intended to be punitive, and rightly so. We deserved everything that we got out of the Pottinger Agreement. I'm not proud of our treatment of the homeless 30, 40 years ago, where people were arrested just for being homeless. But now it's time to move past that, and we can move past that while ensuring that we don't repeat the same mistakes of the past. There are certain provisions of the Pottinger Agreement, for example, that should remain in policy. So, for example, arresting people for life-sustaining conduct misdemeanors, if there's available shelter, for example, as an alternative, taking those people to available shelter. So certain instances of it should remain, but there are other instances that are certainly in need of addressing. One of them is the proliferation of homeless encampments throughout our city. I believe that homeless encampments are a threat to public health. I believe that they obstruct free passage of sidewalks. There's no way that we can comply with the ADA and still allow for homeless encampments in our sidewalks. So homelessness and mental illness is one of those, or two of those areas where I'm a strong believer in a co-responder model, where the police department addresses these issues with the city's Department of Human Services, with our mental health partners at JMH, our partners at Camilla's House, at the Homeless Trust, and many of the other agencies that serve the homeless, and reaching out to these people in a proactive sense, not waiting for somebody to call the police because there's something wrong, but offering services to these people, be it for mental health issues, for substance abuse issues. I'm also a supporter of not just pretrial diversion, but pre-arrest diversion, to get to the root of the problems that are causing homelessness, to find a more lasting solution.
Thank you.
And just to pick up on that, within my first 30 days, I would conduct a staffing analysis of the police department. It would be one of my major goals to either create a homeless outreach unit, which we had in the past, or at least assign that, if staffing does not permit at the time, as a collateral assignment until we can make it a full-time assignment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question, Chief Dixon, is your question.
He's on mute.
Chief, you're muted.
You're muted, Chief. You're still muted, Chief. Chief, in the essence of time, I'll read your question for this candidate, and then you can read your question for your next candidate. As the new chief for the City of Miami Police Department, what specific aspect, if any, of the police officers' training program would you prioritize and beef up, both in the police college and for veterans officers?
So I think that, again, as I mentioned earlier, our police department has really emerged as a model for other agencies to follow, and that's a two-edged sword. It's great for our relationship with the community, but it's also dangerous because we can eventually rest on our laurels and think that we're doing such a great job that we don't need more training, we don't need retraining. We have been, again, a leader in implicit bias training and de-escalation training. If you look at the amount of times that our officers used deadly force just a decade ago and you compare it to now, it really pales in comparison. The one area where I would make sure that we focus on is the mistakes of our past. And that is always bearing in mind that even though we're doing a great job now, there was a time where we harmed people. There was a time that we could have done a better job in serving the public. And so our new officers coming on now, just because we're no longer under the Pottinger Agreement, for example, they should learn about the Pottinger Agreement. They should learn about what it is that got us into trouble to begin with so that we never repeat those mistakes again. They should learn about the use of force incidents of a decade ago that got us into the most recent consent decree for using force, and know what it is that used to pass for acceptable behavior in the police department and what it is now. The Disney Corporation, for example, spends an entire day of training their new employees on the traditions of the company and what it is that sets them apart from other companies that are their competitors. And we should do the same. We'll make it through this. So we should do the same, not only highlighting our successes, but also making sure that we never forget our failures, and that those and that every officer at every level and every civilian employee in the police department is aware of those past failures.
All right, this completes the question portion of the interview. Panel, the candidate, has 5 minutes to do a wrap-up, which we call the sell yourself portion. So you can start.
Well, I can tell you that I'll start by saying that I have firsthand knowledge of the competence of everybody who is, the competence and the qualifications of everybody who is an internal candidate in the police department. And I can tell you that I have no doubt that any of them leading this department would put the department in very good hands. And I have no reason to doubt the same is true for the external candidates. So what you would get in me if I were selected for this position is you would get a police chief who was a progressive thinker, who has a track record of commitment to community policing, evidence-based policing, and constitutional policing. I'm not afraid to take bold action to change the status quo, and I've demonstrated that again throughout my career, whether it's operationally or whether it's in terms of administration. I was not afraid to, for example, shake up the manner in which our units communicated with each other. I found when I came into my current position that the rate at which we solved gun crime in the city was abysmal. It averaged about 14% over the preceding 3 years. So the department operated in silos where units would not share information with each other. Brought everybody into a room, told everybody, don't be afraid, it can't get any worse. And since then, the rate at which we solve crimes where people are shot or shot at in the city has increased by 40%. Again, I mentioned my efforts in the consent decree, and also very proud to have worked with the Civilian Investigative Panel in developing a community mediation policy, which is a first of its kind restorative justice program for handling citizen complaints. So with me, again, you'll have an outside-the-box thinker who is, I believe, well-suited to meet the challenges that face our city and our police department head-on and take the Miami Police Department to the very bright future that I know awaits us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, candidate. Give us a moment and we'll have the second candidate come down.
Thanks again, everyone.
Thank you.
Spray that de lejos un poquito. Toma acá el spray. All right, panel, are you ready? All right, you ready for our second candidate? Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Morning, sir.
Free to start? Free to start? Okay. Good morning. My name is Deshaun Buford. I am from the Philadelphia Police Department. At the time of application, I was an inspector commanding the second largest patrol division in the city of Philadelphia. Since then, I've currently been promoted to the rank of chief inspector. I command now our Office of Professional Responsibility, which encompasses our Internal Affairs Bureau, our Standards and Accountability Bureau, our Recruit Background and Training, and also our Court Attendance and Liaison. So it is an absolute pleasure to be here and speak with you all and meet you all. Being from Philadelphia, being an inspector in the past, I have a lot of similarities with some of the incidents that you have going on here in Miami in terms of size of the force that I was commanding as an inspector. I had 753 officers that were working for me at the time. I was in Northwest Police Division. At that time, I serviced an area of about 330,000 citizens. Your population is about 490,000. It was very, very multicultural within Northwest Police Division, so I had that opportunity to experience that as well, so it's an absolute pleasure to be here. With that being said, I'll open the floor for your questions.
First question.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Are you familiar with the Police Executive Research Forum's guiding principles on the use of force? And if you are, what is your opinion regarding the implementation of these policies?
So, in reference to the Police Executive Research Forum's use of force, number one, they are an absolute dynamic organization in providing guidance to police agencies. When we talk about use of force, I believe that every department has to have an understanding of what their use of force system is that they have in place. They are to constantly be reviewed and monitored and changed, especially with the events that we have going on today. In terms of use of force, you really have to take a hard look at the standards and practices that you have in place, ensuring that your officers are being held accountable by their leadership. So when we talk about what the Police Executive Research Forum has put in place, that doctrine should be monitored constantly and implicated in every police agency. I know within my very own agency, that's something that we're actually reviewing again to make sure that we're in compliance with both what our state mandates, also some of the recommendations that that the Police Executive Research Forum has put into place. And then you have other standards that have been put in place by just the matters that are going on today, such as the 8 Can't Wait campaign and things of that nature, when you talk about ensuring that you're in order with the use of force, that we ban chokeholds, that we have officers stepping in when other officers are in violation of certain policies. So I think it's very important that we constantly monitor that and constantly include that in updating policies and practices that we have today. Now, within Miami, that would be something that I would do just coming in right away, making sure that we're in compliance with that we're utilizing best practices as we move forward, because I think that's very important. I think we want to be in tune, and not just be in tune, but you also want to be a leader as an agency I like what Miami has in terms of some of the things that they've put in place, just by way of certain things that they're doing in terms of interacting with the community. I think that's very important. What I saw in my research was very impressive. So I definitely believe that Miami's headed in the proper direction in reference to that. But constant monitoring of use of force is very key.
Next question.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
This question has a few parts.
Okay.
Please tell us if you have an opinion, and if so, what that opinion is, regarding the need for collection of data to identify and document racial and ethnic disparities for use as a tool to figuring out how to ensure racial, ethnic fairness in policing. Do you have experience in collecting and analyzing data of this type? And would you commit to implementing protocols to collect and analyze racial and ethnic data in connection with all police encounters with the public?
So when we talk about gathering data, specifically on different races, we really have to be careful about the way that we do things. First and foremost, so I'll tell you right now, being the commander of the Office of Professional Responsibility, one of the things that I'm accountable for is making sure that audits are done of our written systems of documenting how we stop people. So within Philadelphia, we have something called the Bailey Agreement. So what the Bailey Agreement is it's something that mandates when we stop somebody, it has to be in compliance of what the law is. It has to be in compliance with our systems and our documentations. So when we talk about monitoring and stopping various groups of people, you really have to be careful with that, because you do not want to be in violation of a person's civil rights, because persons have a reasonable reason to be out, to walk about, to do those types of things. So you have to be careful with that. Now, in terms of implementation, I believe that a department should work in unison with other city agencies for the need of certain things. So case in point, when we have persons that are in a specific area that may be high in drug usage, what are the services that we are providing to those persons? Can we keep contact with these people so that the other city agencies can get what they need to be able to help these persons? But just for the sense of stopping and documenting, well, we're stopping this amount of Hispanics, or we're stopping this amount of blacks, or we're stopping this amount of whites, you really can run into problems with that. Because if you look at what that city's makeup may be, you may have a certain group of people that have been stopped more than another, just because of the city's makeup. So in my opinion, the documentation of that really has to be specific and has to be need-based. You really have to be careful with that, because I'm an objection which is violating people's civil rights just for the purpose of saying, hey, we stopped this amount of people, or we stopped this group of people. What are we doing with that? So we just can't forget about how we're implementing these practices. Why did we stop these people? Did we stop these people because of such and such? And what are the services that we're going to provide those people? So we really have to be careful about that. So it's not something that I'm strongly against, but it's not something that I'm necessarily strongly for. It really has to be a purpose for us to be able to do this.
Next question.
Well, I'm going to modify my question a bit, because obviously you're from out of town, so it wouldn't be fair if I ask you how long you lived in the city of Miami, because obviously you don't. However, switch the question a little bit. Where would you like to take the City of Miami Police Department into the future? What would be your objective or your goals?
So for me, as I stated before, just doing research on the agency, there was a lot of things that I saw that really stood out to me. And one of the things that I feel as though is very important is community engagement. And from what I have seen so far, just in my research, I'm very impressed. But what I feel as though is very important is that Miami become a leader in that, in making sure that the community is aware of what's going on, and making sure that the department is moving forward with its vision, the strategic vision of its leader. Now, understanding that, I feel as though it should be broadcast at a louder level because you want to be a leader. When you look at other cities and what they have in place, certain cities are known for certain things. But I see Miami as a city that's on the precipice of being a leader in relating to its community. What I've seen online, what I've seen from Chief Kalina in the past, it's really impressive to see, even speaking with some of the other executives in this agency, it's really nice to see how this agency is determined to have that positive interaction with the community, getting information out to the community. Those things are important. Those are things that I want to broadcast. Those are things that I want people to understand. Well, this is why Miami is such a great agency. Just even on the terms of with the pandemic, how you had very little officers that called out of work. That shows dedication on the count of the officers. Those are things that tells me as a leader that this agency actually understands, they care about their community, they want to come to work. This is what sets this department apart from other agencies that do not do those things. So I think just moving the department forward in terms of crime and things of that nature, obviously that's always going to be a #1 priority, but being as though this is a city that is very diverse and is just such a melting pot of great cultural races, I think that can be broadcast and that can be put out, and that messaging is very, very important. Even the agency itself being multicultural, that is awesome. So these are the things that can be broadcast out to the nation. This is why this agency works so well, because we support one another, we support our community, and we're determined to make a difference.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next question, Chief Harms, it's your question.
One of the things I've noticed in the recent past, is there are many uniformed officers that are overweight, out of shape, and they do not look professional. What has your department done in that regard? And certainly, I have focused on the city of Miami because of my background. What would you do with the city of Miami to make sure that the officers look good, look professional, and act professionally? And how would you implement such a program?
So for me, if you look at, one of the pillars of 21st century, the President's Commission on 21st Century Policing talks about that very thing, talks about officer fitness and well-being. So more than ever today, with us dealing with the pandemic, I think it's no better time to stress to our officers about being in shape and having a mental, and ensuring their mental well-being. So I'll give you an example. Within Philadelphia, we've had numerous officers as of recently that have lost their lives because of the pandemic. Part of that is because of the shape that those officers were in. So for me, I think now is the time that the department get that messaging out there so that we can get officers that are very much in shape, very much mentally and physically well. And it goes beyond just the physicality of it. We have to check on our officers mentally. This pandemic is wearing on a nation. And I think it's something that we don't discuss necessarily as a department enough. I know within my agency it's something we're trying to do more of. But having officers that are in shape is very important. I think when the public sees police, they need to see the very best because we represent the best of city government. So instituting programs such as, working out, various different methods of that is very important. As the police commissioner myself, I would want to do that. I would want officers to see me in shape. I believe in practicing what I preach. I don't think being a leader out of shape would work well for me trying to get my officers in shape. So just working with the officers, coming up with some programs, some incentives, via maybe the law enforcement health benefits program that you may have in place, making sure that we have incentives for, possibly health checks and things of that nature at certain times of the year for our officers. I know it's something we do in Pennsylvania. We have our officers go to certain places that are associated with our health benefits. And, we may get them shots. We may give them certain prizes. We have Battle of the Badges, things of that nature, where we kind of use those things to have officers battle against other law enforcement professionals, just to kind of create that camaraderie and a little bit of competition to make sure that we get them in great physical shape. Now, within this year, it's been a little tough because of the pandemic, but definitely making sure that we hold our officers accountable in their appearance is very important.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very much.
You kind of touched on what your vision of the future for the City of Miami Police Department is in your mind, but overall, what is your vision for the future of policing throughout the United States?
So that's a very good question. Probably a year ago, it probably would have been something different. But being as though we are in the state that we are in today, specifically with what has gone on across the country with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and even in Philadelphia, we had Walter Wallace. I think policing is at a precipice, and I really do. I believe that it has to change, and we have to be held more accountable in terms of holding ourselves accountable as an agency. You cannot arrest your way out of a problem. And for far too long, I believe that agencies across the country, because this is what policing was, it was arresting our way out, well, trying to arrest our way out of a problem. And what have we built from that? We've built non-trust with the community. We've built a very high prison population. We've built a drug-addicted population because we are trying to solve a problem by trying to arrest our way out of it. It doesn't work. So what we need to do in terms of policing is get the people who need help, the help that they need. So here's one example we have. So in Philadelphia, we have obviously very, very high crime. It's a city of 1.5 million people, and is also the largest, #1, poorest big city, very impoverished. So what comes along with that? You have high crime, high drug use, high unemployment. So one of the things that we have high recidivism, where we have the same criminals. We have about 9 to 10% of the population creating 90% of the crime. It's ridiculous. So what we did was we instituted something what was called group violence intervention. And we focused on various different levels of criminals. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be high violence criminals that are just included in that group. They range. But these were criminals that were doing a lot of the same crimes. So what we did was we tried to get those persons the specific help that we could get them from the city. So we would identify certain prolific offenders, ones that we know may be part of a group or part of a ring of crime or whatever it may be, and we would actually go out to their homes. We would knock on the doors you may have the police commander of that district, the police inspector, which is the divisional commander. We would have the DA's office personnel there. We would have social services. We actually had employment services there as well to try to meet the needs of these people. And, in the beginning, some persons were a little bit against it because this is traditionally not what policing is. It's kind of unheard of. Who does that? But it's something that if we are to make a difference in the future, because what we've done in the past is not building success for the future, we have to try something different. And it is only those cities that are going to be willing to make that change that will be successful. You look at other cities and they're demanding change. With the recent riots and things like that that's going on, you hear that's an outcry from the people. And you can either be tone deaf and continue along that path, or you can recognize that, policing has to change, and we're going to have to get ahead of it. So this is where the great leaders are going to say, let's do some things differently. Let's try this. this city is doing this. How can we implement it into our system? We can make it our own, but how can we make that change here? So those are the things that are going to make a successful agency. Those are the things that smart police departments are going to do in the future. And those are the things that are going to be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next question.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
As a business owner in the city, I see a growing issue with the impact the homeless have on our business community. Additionally, incidents involving people with mental illness and the police are a source of concern. How would you ensure that your department is prepared to deal with these situations? Also, what resources or training would you implement to assist officers with dealing with citizens who are homeless or have special needs or mental illness?
So I'll tell you, so I mentioned it previously, just briefly ago when we had an incident in Philadelphia. I don't know if you're familiar. It was Walter Wallace. So for those of you who are not familiar, Walter Wallace had been, 911 had been called, and Walter Wallace had mental issues. Walter Wallace came out of the house with a knife, and the officers, they actually ran around the police car before they had to fatally shoot Walter Wallace. And one of the outcries in the city was, where was the mental health advocates? Why did the police do this or why did the police do that? They didn't have a taser. So you see that there is a need in policing for training. Now, don't get me wrong, we do have crisis intervention training for our officers within the agency, and I'm certain that's definitely something that Miami PD has here, because most, obviously, large cities and even smaller agencies have some type of crisis intervention training for their officers. But this was just a sad situation where we couldn't get the city agency out there in time. At that time, there was no crisis intervention trained officers because we're talking about 6,600 officers in my agency alone. So to get them all trained is very cumbersome. So there's definitely an issue for that. And as a business owner, as I stated before, Philadelphia is the #1 poorest big city. So homelessness is huge. And it is something that our business owners are very familiar with. But what we see is that there's a need for other services. Because in all honesty, policing should not be bogged down with the homelessness problem. It is about getting those persons the help that they need. So this is where policing and other social services are going to have to come into play. But it is also about treating people with respect who have mental issues, because everyone is not a bad person and everyone shouldn't be seen as such. Everyone has some type of demons that they're fighting. I don't care how good the person is. Everybody has a demon. So it's something that we have to understand as a department, as an agency, and as a city. We need to come together and figure out what can we do to help those persons. And you do have a lot of business owners that try to employ those persons or try to reach out, try to direct those persons to good agencies. Some business owners have even gotten together to try to create different things to try to help the population as well. But I do understand that's not necessarily their problem. But as a human being, how can we help? And it's our responsibility to make sure that, you're supposed to love your brother, love your sister. And it may not be what a business owner wants to do. I get that, and I absolutely understand that. But there's always a means of giving back. And I think that is where the city has to come together, not just the department alone as an agency, because this is how we get into that cycle of, well, let the police handle it. Yeah, but what is social services doing? Are we getting them treatment? I mean, in Philadelphia, we have a very high heroin epidemic. Philadelphia is the number one city in America for the purest heroin. So you can imagine what kind of things that we're dealing with in the city in terms of homelessness. We're getting people that come in from other states that never leave. And the area is called Kensington. You can Google it. It's bad. And these are things that we've realized we can't arrest our way out of this problem. What are the services that we can provide them? And that's what we're focusing on now. So as a business owner, for me as the chief of the agency, it would be talking to the other city agencies to hold them accountable. because everybody is holding the police accountable. But there are other agencies that have to be involved to solve the problem, not just the police, because eventually, what is the hardest hammer that we have? Arresting the person. They'll be back out. So, and remember I said, we can't arrest our way out of a problem. They need help. And I think it's upon us to be able to try to move them in that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Next
sir.
question, Chief Dixon, and that's your question.
You're on mute, Chief.
Chief,
You're on mute, Chief.
You're muted.
Hold on. Whoa.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Chief, based on what you know now about the challenges facing law enforcement today, what are the 3 top priorities you would address as chief?
Okay, sir. So obviously, coming into the position, one of the things that are very important, number one is always going to be crime. You know, even though Miami's not necessarily as prolific in major violence as, let's say, Philadelphia, but crime is always going to be number one because every citizen has to be ensured a sense of safety. Also, being in that we're in this environment today, your budgetary constraints have to be something that has to be monitored by your new chief. Because with the pandemic, it has definitely had an effect on the budgets of policing. And thirdly, for me, it's about the vision of the agency and the well-being of the agency. For me, it is about talking to the community, talking to the officers, understanding what their feelings are, how they feel about their agency. So the 3 things for me definitely has to do with crime, the vision of the agency, you know, and definitely the budget. How we move forward, how we are successful as an agency to be able to be fruitful, because at the end of the day, we are providing a service. So to me, policing is definitely a business. You know, money is invested and a service is provided. Are the services that we provide on the level where they need to be servicing our population? So those things are very important for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, that's the end of the question part. Now, Mr. Buford, you have 5 minutes to do your wrap-up. You may begin.
Oh, thank you very much. Basically, I just wanted to say thank you for bringing me out to this. It speaks very loudly how passionate you are about considering the strongest candidates for your city. I absolutely thank you for that. For me, it's an absolute blessing to be here. And just the hospitality of the city has been very, very great. I thank you for that. Ultimately, it's about where you want to go as a city. I'll tell you right now, from the persons that I've met, anybody would be, out of this group that you have here, you have some great people here. So whether it's me or whether it's somebody else, you'll definitely have a great person to lead this agency. I believe this agency is moving in the right direction. I believe that I, as a leader, will be able to, to help to move this agency forward. It would be an honor. But I definitely just wanted to say thank you for that. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next candidate will be down shortly.
You too. Refill? A couple seconds before we start.
Say again? Everyone has been using that podium, because that way you can face the entire panel and you don't have your back towards.
So that, do I have a choice?
Well,
You have a choice.
I prefer to go there if it's possible. Is it good?
it's okay.
You're in charge.
Yeah, go there. That's the problem.
Good morning. Morning.
Good morning. We're ready to start.
Yes, ma'am.
You can start your introduction.
Good morning. I'd like to start by saying thank you. Thank you for having me here today. It's a great privilege to be here today. It's an honor to be one of the finalists. I take great pride in being here. I also would like to thank the Miami Police Department and its officers. They're the reasons that I'm here. I'd like to thank God and my family for their support. And what I'd like to say now is a little bit about myself. My name is Major Francisco Fernandez. I'm a major of police in the City of Miami Police Department for almost 28 years. It'll be 28 years, April 12th. I come from a very humble family of service. My great-grandfather on my father's side was the chief of police in Banes, Cuba. And my great-grandfather on my mother's side was a lieutenant colonel in Los Mambises during the 10-year war of the liberation of Cuba. So I take a lot of pride in service. It's in my grain. And I expect to continue to do that and carry that legacy of my family. I was born in Santiago de Cuba, Cuba, and I immigrated to the United States. May I take my mask off?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Much better. I immigrated to the United States at the age of 13 and settled in the state of Pennsylvania, Reading, Pennsylvania, where I grew up, raised by a single mother who worked 2 jobs to feed myself and my brother. And I take great pride of that. I wouldn't change it for the world. But it wasn't until 1984, when I went to Marine Corps boot camp, that I learned for the first time in my life ethics, teamwork, motivation, and dedication, honor, and spirit of the Corps. I owe a lot to this country. I feel like I am the American dream. My father was a political prisoner in Cuba for 15 years.
You have a minute left for your
Thank you very much. My experiences in the Miami Police Department include all the 3 divisions of the department. I've worked in narcotics, I've worked in training, traffic enforcement, spent 12 years in our SWAT team. I spent a lot of time in the Special Investigations section as a sergeant and as a commander, where I had the privilege to work with the counterterrorism unit and intelligence unit. And I hold the special clearances to conduct that function until today. I believe in community engagement. I believe in diversity. I believe that we can all do a better job, and we all need to come to the table at one point, come to the middle of the table for better success, for better inclusion, and for better teamwork in this business. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's a great pleasure.
First question.
Are you familiar with the Police Executive Research Forum's guiding principles on the use of force? And if you are, what is your opinion regarding implementation of these policies?
Yes, sir, I am familiar. I'm actually a graduate of the Senior Management Institute of Policing from Perth. And I am familiar with these principles.
My philosophy is that we are entrusted by our communities to do police work and to enforce the laws and make our communities a better place. But we can do that only by being balanced and fair, by being transparent, by conducting and always looking to strive for procedural justice and legitimacy. And we can only do that following those principles and de-escalation. And I also believe that leadership matters, and that leadership needs to carry that message down to the last member of this police department, whether sworn or civilian. I'm not a type of leader that works in the office or stays in the office. I believe that we need to get out there and engage our communities and give them that voice and ask for solutions and ask them what they want from us and how we can do a better job in those communities. So through giving our communities a voice, through being impartial, through being fair, through doing meaningful training and constant training, that's the only way we can get forward and train and educate our police officers on those doctrines and those concepts. So yes, I do believe that we have a responsibility to look for better ways to conduct our jobs using minimum force. And the perception is that we use minimum force because perception is reality.
Next question.
Many have recognized that there is a need for collection of data to identify and document racial and ethnic disparities for use as a tool to figuring out how to ensure racial ethnic fairness in policing. Do you have an opinion about that concept? And if so, what is it? Do you have experience in collecting and analyzing data of this type? And would you commit to implementing protocols to collect and analyze racial and ethnic data in connection with all police encounters with the public?
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you very much for that. Yes, every encounter that a police officer has with a person, a community member, is an opportunity to do better. It's an opportunity to create that voice and that fairness that we're looking for, and an opportunity to create better relationships. Data is important. Currently, we're doing a pretty good job in collecting that data, and our patrol division has body-worn cameras, but we need to do better, and we need to increase throughout our whole department. I believe that everyone in a uniform conducting contact with our public should have body-worn cameras, and we all should be able to use it, and we all should be able to analyze that data that comes back. And what is that going to do for us? It's going to create transparency and accountability, and it's going to give us a level playing field for discipline. Because not only do I need to build legitimacy in our communities, I need to build legitimacy inside my police department, because we're also a community. And only when we get there is when we're able to do a full analysis of how we do things and we get out there and we interact with our communities. And everyone will be able to be held accountable, which it's something that I will do and I'll strive for every single day.
Next question.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I have a two-part question. Basically, if it does apply, you may answer the first one, yes or no, and then go on. Do you live or have you ever lived in the city of Miami? And if yes, how long? And the other one would be, if you're given the opportunity to be the chief of police, how long would you like to be in that position? And what are your perspective as longevity? Because in the past we've had issues where it's just, basically in my opinion, they're a short time for their pension. So what is your perspective as longevity for the department?
Thank you. So, to the first question, I do not live in the city of Miami. I live in the city of Miami Springs, very close to the city of Miami. However, I have very close family members that live in the city of Miami, specifically in the Little Havana area in Alapata, to include my son, which I missed and to talk about him and my wife earlier. I am married and have one son. He lives in the city of Miami, in Alapata. And so I do have a connection to this city. I do have a connection, and I embrace that connection, and I know what it means to them for services, and I know what it means to them to have good policing and good law enforcement and service. To answer your second question, the way I envision my tenure as the chief of police and my goal, my legacy goal, I want it to be to leave this police department better than when I started, to leave behind a more responsive police department, and to develop leadership and develop leaders to be able to take the department at a moment's notice. We don't know what life brings to us on a daily basis, so we need to work right away in developing the leaders to be able to take our positions immediately. So to answer your question, I have almost 5 years left on the drop, and I expect to be here at least 5 years. But I need to be ready to count on my leadership team, on my command staff to immediately take over my position, because we just don't know what life brings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next question, Chief Harms, it's your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I travel around a good bit, and I notice that in many agencies, a large number of police officers are overweight, out of shape, and do not wear their uniforms well. In my experience, I recognize that looking professional and acting professional goes a long way in dealing with the public. How would you implement a program to address officers in your agency being overweight, out of shape, and not looking professionally in their uniforms?
Chief, good to see you, sir. That's a great question. Excuse me. So first and foremost, as a former Marine, it is embedded in my brain to look professional and act professional. I just can't do it any other way. However, our leadership teams needs to be aware that our police officers, our young police officers, are going to emulate how we look, how we act, and how we perform. So it starts with us. So we need to set the example. I'm going to take a look, as your chief of police, I will take a look at every single uniform policy there is. I'm going to evaluate what the effects of that policy is currently in our department, and I'm going to move forward. However, we also need to look at programs that incentivize wellness and physical fitness, because at the end of the day, those principles makes us a better agency and allow us to manage our risks. Police officers, we know, suffer from many illnesses, and many of them last very, very short times after retirement. But we need to find ways to better incentivize physical fitness, wellness, and health in our police department. So I will look at ways to set the example, number one, and look for ways that have been effective in other departments to create a wellness program that is more meaningful, that allows officers and incentivizes their health and their physical fitness.
Next question, please.
Good morning, Major. Nice to see you again.
Good morning, sir.
What is your vision for the future of policing in the United States?
The way I see the future of policing in the United States is it's all about inclusivity. It's all about community. It's all about different communities. Not only do we need to focus on our communities at large, but we also need to focus on our internal community. And we also need to find other ways, for example, giving our elected officials a seat at the table. Our elected officials represent our communities. So why not bring them into the solution-making process, get their ideas, listen to the plans, and maybe some of those solutions. Also, by continuing to work with our community, all communities, on how to make Miami safer for all of us to live, work, and play, and stay. So my vision of the future of policing is one of service. It's one of guardianship. It's one where we take pride on how we are perceived, because it's not just about what we are doing on a daily basis and the crimes that we're resolving and the crime initiatives and the strategy is how we are perceived, because perception is reality. So we need to work on our perception. But for the future, inclusivity, I think, is the answer. We all need to be able to come to the table. We all need to be able to come to the center of the table, leave those psychological scotomas behind, and maybe see things a different way. I think that's the future of policing. The bridges are already there. All we got to do is walk on that bridge and meet halfway. That is what I believe policing will be coming in the next few years, and that's the way we should be headed, where everyone has a voice, where we are impartial, or we are fair and we are transparent. We cannot be afraid of being accountable. If we have nothing to hide in this profession, we cannot be afraid of being accountable and be able to answer questions when asked and admit our mistakes. That's my belief for the future.
Thank you, sir.
Next question, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
As a business owner in the city, I see a growing issue with the impact the homeless have on our business community. Additionally, incidents involving people with mental illness and the police are a source of concern. How would you ensure that your department is prepared to deal with these situations? What resources or training would you implement to assist officers with dealing with the citizens who are homeless and have special needs or mental illness?
That is a great question. It's a concern for all of us. Let me start by saying that we know that we cannot arrest our way out of homelessness. That is not the answer. But we play a role in that circle. We play a role in that solution. So we need to look at innovative ways. We need to look at ways of connecting the most needy with a specific service that they need. And I'll explain myself a little bit. We got to start using concepts like using the Marchman Act to be able to connect repeat drug abusers and people that cannot make a decision for themselves with the right service. I had a recent opportunity to meet and tour the Camillus House. And it was an awesome experience because I was able to see all the programs that are out there to assist. But what I don't see, again, is that inclusivity and that team effort that it takes. So we need to look at better ways to connect the needs with the right service. And we're not going to be able to do that by sending police officers by themselves to deal with a mentally ill person. We're not mental illness professionals. We're police officers. And like we do have a role in the process, however, we need to be able to work in programs like the Lazarus Project at the Camillus House, where a team of professionals goes out when there's a call out to deal with at-risk individuals that may need that professional engagement. And we need to be there, and we need to be part of that solution, but it's not just us. So I know there's a disconnect. I know that, I'm aware of it, and we need to be able to at least form work groups that we can have short-term goals and long-term goals, all right? And so the Marchman Act is something that I'm going to look at. I know it has worked in other agencies. I'm going to continue to build the relationships with those entities and those programs. I'm going to continue to develop our police officers in the area of dealing with mentally ill individuals, to include our CIT program. I believe that every single police officer should be CIT or crisis intervention team trained during their academy, so that we all have that ability to deal with individuals that are at risk. And we have it, and that's just going to pay off dividends, because the escalation is the key. And so I believe, again, coming to the table, creating solutions short term, how to address the immediate problems, but also looking at long-term solutions. And we can only do that by bringing everyone to the table, including solid waste, police, programs, our outreach programs, and come up with solutions and go out there as a team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question. Chief Dixon, it's your question.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Chief. Good to see you.
Thank you. Major, as chief, what, if any, of the police officers training program would you prioritize and beef up, both in the police college and for police veterans?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that question. I spent a big part of my career in our training unit as an academy instructor and in-service instructor. I was also our SWAT team trainer. So I understand training, and let me just tell you this. As a young person coming into the city of Miami from Pennsylvania, going out into our streets, I knew nothing about Miami. I knew nothing about our history. I knew nothing about our department. And you can only learn that through the years. But my vision is that we do a good job in training our police officers to survive in tactics, driving, defensive tactics, and the law. But where we're missing the point is in education, in history, on how we got here, and understand and know that we haven't always had a shiny badge. And at times, we have not done the right thing. So I believe that a brand new police officer should go through an educational phase as part of their initial training where we can explain how we got here and who we are. So when I got out there on the B shift in Overtown in 1993, where it was call to call, homicide to homicide, and there was blood in our streets, I didn't understand why, because I didn't know the past, I didn't know the history, and history is rich. So going back to those years, it's unacceptable. So we have to do a better job to train our police officers to understand the fabric of this community and how we got to where we are today. I believe that that's one of the key points, and continue to train our officers and continue to consistently teach them every single time we have an opportunity in roll calls, every time we mentor them and hold our supervisors accountable to share that vision, show the path, and have a clear understanding of where we want to go in the future. So training is paramount.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, that ends the interview portion of the question portion of your interview. You now have 5 minutes for your wrap-up.
Thank you very much. And this will be the conclusion after the wrap-up, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, again, I am privileged and honored to be standing here today. It is my commitment to this community to continue to build our community outreach, to continue to give everyone a voice, to continue to promote being impartial, fair, and transparent. You have my commitment. I will work day in and day out to ensure that that happens. I am a proven leader. I've worked in every division of this department. I understand the rank and file. I understand what their passions are. I understand what our weaknesses are. I'm very proud of my trajectory in the department, but I'm also extremely proud of the fact that my disciplinary record speaks for itself. And as a leader, those that work with us emulate us, good or bad. And I think as a leader, my disciplinary record speaks for itself. I'd like to take a moment to say a few words in Spanish, if I may, to our community. Muchas gracias. Es un gran placer y un gran honor estar aquí con ustedes hoy. Yo estoy comprometido con la ciudad de Miami y nuestras comunidades, todas nuestras comunidades, que trabajaré día y noche, por profesionalizar y mejorar sus servicios y darle el departamento de policía que todos nosotros queremos. Now, I'd like to take the last couple seconds to speak to our Haitian community, our Creole-speaking community, if I may. Moi vle pramomasa pour adresser communauté haïtienne à la ville Miami. Peuple haïtien joue yon rôle important dans le développement ville Miami. Communauté haïtienne importante pour moi. Moi fier et moi engagé dans ce vieux. Moi voulais continuer le travail ensemble avec bâtir en relation plus fort. Moi crois na force na unité, l'union fait la force. Merci pour tout. Thank you very much to the panel. Thank you very much to my fellow finalists. It is a great privilege to be here today. And have a great and wonderful day. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Major.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That ends your interview. Next candidate is on its way down. She can, oh, go over there, because they haven't cleaned this yet.
Thank you.
All right, panel, we're ready to start. Candidate, you have 3 minutes for your introduction. You may start now.
And
Yeah.
can I take the mask?
Yes.
Yes, you can take your mask off.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am Sharice Gauze. I am a 27-year veteran of the Miami Police Department, and I currently serve as the Assistant Chief of the Administration Division. That encompasses a few units, just for your awareness, is the Budget Unit, Training, as well as recruitment and selection personnel. I started my civilian career here as a dispatcher. I eventually became a police officer and have worked my way through the ranks of the police department to include sergeant, lieutenant, commander, major, as well as assistant chief, which I currently hold today. Just to give you a little background about my experience, I've worked in all 3 of the divisions of the department to include field operations. I served as a net commander as well as a major of police. I also served in criminal investigations as a supervisor and also the major of criminal investigations, and also the assignment that I currently have, which is administration. In terms of my education, I hold a bachelor's degree in public administration, a master's degree in organizational leadership, as well as an AA in criminal justice. I have furthered my education by taking executive leadership courses throughout my career, namely the FBI National Academy, as well as the Senior Management Institute for Police, all executive leadership courses, and the Southern Police Institute, which is a command level course. So I just want to give you a bird's eye view of who I am as an executive leader in this department. And I want to thank you all.
In your introduction.
I'm sorry?
You have a minute left.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here today to go through this very important process with us. Thank you.
First question.
Good morning. Are you familiar with the Police Executive Research Forum's guiding principles on the use of force? And if you are, what is your opinion regarding implementation of these policies?
I am not completely familiar with the PERF's recognition of use of force. However, use of force is important. Obviously, it's a very hot topic in police relations with current issues that we're going through right now. I think that use of force is necessary, but as a leadership, we have to make sure that the use of force is consistent with what the particular issues are. We do have measures in place in terms of use of force, like the early warning system, so that we can monitor the actions of our officers and make sure that they are not violating policy and/or criminal statutes. The other thing with use of force is that as a department as a whole, we have had about a 12% reduction in the amount of use of forces that we've had in the department. It is important as leadership to make sure that when it comes to use of force, we are following our use of force matrix and making sure that we have the training in place for officers to know and be trained on what it is that is within guidelines. And I'll end at that point.
Next question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So many have recognized that there is a need for collection of data to identify and document racial and ethnic disparities for use as a tool to figuring out how to ensure racial and ethnic fairness in policing. Do you have an opinion about that? And if so, what is your opinion? Do you yourself have experience in collecting and analyzing data of this type? And would you commit to implementing protocols to collect and analyze racial and ethnic data in connection with all police encounters with the public?
Okay, if you could just repeat the first part of the question?
Sure. Many have recognized that there is a need for collection of data to identify and document racial and ethnic disparities for use as a tool to figuring out how to ensure racial and ethnic fairness in policing. So do you have an opinion about that? If you do, what is it? Do you have experience collecting that type of data? And would you commit to implementing protocols to collect and analyze racial and ethnic data in connection with all police encounters with the public?
Thank you for that question. And yes, I would commit to making sure that both racial and ethnic data are compiled. I do have experience in that we have done different studies before when it comes to traffic stops and when it comes to racial profiling where we have collected data. I think that as an organization, it is very important for us to make sure that we are aware of both our racial makeups and the ethic, both internally and externally, and to make sure that we are policing in a fair and equitable manner when we are policing our streets. I think that it's very important for each and every area, based on the data that we receive, to be policed in a manner that is consistent regardless of what area you are living in or visiting. It should be fair and consistent, and no area should be policed in a different manner. I think it is very important for us to collect the data to police ourselves in the way that we conduct our business for the residents and business owners of the Miami Police Department. Also, when it comes to making sure that we are not over-policing certain areas based on racial background, making sure that we understand clearly that because you're in a particular area of high crime doesn't necessarily make everyone in that area a criminal. So I think it's important for us to use that data in the way that we police so that we are not over-policing certain areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, my turn. Do you live or have you ever lived in the city of Miami? And if so, how long? 1, 2. The police department and the particular disposition in which you're seeking benefit from someone with tenure in the department. What are your expectations and how long would you like or plan to stay if chosen to this position?
Okay, can you repeat just the second part of it?
Sure. The police department, in particular the position you're seeking, would benefit from someone with tenure in the department. Should you be selected as chief, what are your expectations and how long will you like or plan to stay in that department or in the position?
Okay. First and foremost, I do not live in the city of Miami and have not ever lived in the city of Miami. However, I have lived in Miami-Dade County. I've gone to school here, matriculated through high school and middle school here, and also attended college right here in Miami, Florida. Let me be clear about the fact that in the 27 years that I have been here, I have actually grown up in this department. I've been with this department for half of my life. So I'm very familiar with the city of Miami. I love the city of Miami. I love its diversity, and I love the people of Miami. In terms of the benefit that you would receive from me, if selected for the position, is I think that I bring a unique perspective to the role of chief of police. I also know that I am a well-rounded leader. I am qualified for the position, both through my experience and my educational background, to include the additional education that I explained earlier. I also know that I have built sustainable relationships in the community. I am very relatable. I am a strong, bold leader. I actually have the desire to make a difference in the community. One thing that I think is unique about me is that, unlike many other people that you'll probably encounter, I didn't always want to be a police officer, and I did not always have great concepts about policing. And this goes back to, I can go all the way back to like the Rodney King era. And so when I joined the police department as a civilian, one of the things that was introduced to me was riding along with a police officer. And in riding with an officer, that person encouraged me to become a police officer. And so I stand before you today as someone who became a police officer in order to make a difference. And unfortunately, some of the same things that I experienced and saw back then, we are still seeing today. And so what you get with me is someone who has a passion for policing and a desire to see change in the communities that we serve. In terms of just my connection with the community, my connection with clergy, churches, being active with youth in our community, what you have is an executive leader that is a professional, but you have a balance because I understand the humanistic side of policing. In terms of what my expectation is, I do at least plan to be here with the police department for at least the next 5 to 7 years. And I don't plan on going anywhere. As I said, I've been here for my whole entire career, and I plan to retire here in the city of Miami.
Thank you.
Next question, Chief Harms.
I've been in many areas of the country, and as a former police chief, I've noticed in more recent times that there are a number of officers that are overweight, out of shape, and do not look professional in their police uniforms. Some of those observations involve the city of Miami police officers today. What would you do to encourage them and require of them to look professionally and act professionally, and the public will generally respond in kind? What would you assume to do if you were the chief of police?
Okay, if you can just repeat the last part of the question.
Yes, what programs would you implement as chief of police?
Okay, thank you for that question. It's interesting that you say that because one of my passions is fitness and working out. I'm a strong believer in officer wellness and safety, which is one of the 21st century policing pillars, and one of my goals if selected as a leader of this department. I think it's very important for me as a leader to lead by example, and I think it's important for everyone to take their health seriously. As you all know, being a police officer is a very stressful job, and I'm not just speaking about physically, I'm also speaking about spiritually and mentally. There is a high rate of suicide among police officers. A lot of officers go through divorces, and so we just need to, as a whole, make sure that we are taking care of our most valuable assets, which is our employees. I do believe that one of the things that could probably help officers get into better shape is providing some sort of an incentive program, maybe through the union, where if an officer works out, let's say, and can pass a particular physical ability test, that they may be given priority on a promotional exam, or maybe even some sort of an incentive, maybe time off or something to that effect. But I do think it is important to make sure that we are aware that our officers are going through a lot. Just in the past year, you all see that we've gone through civil unrest. We are going through a global pandemic, and just budget cuts, just everything that officers have had to endure. But what I will tell you is that we make sure that our officers, through peer support, are made whole. But I do think the physical aspect is lacking. And if I became the leader of this department, I would ensure that we put some measure in place to incentivize wellness and health.
Good morning, Chief. Nice to see you again.
Likewise, thank you.
What is your vision for the future of policing in the United States?
My vision for policing in the United States is for law enforcement to police in a manner that is constitutionally fair and equitable, in a manner that is compassionate and in a manner that follows the community policing philosophy. I believe that we need to change the culture of policing and the way that policing used to be from days long gone. And we have to realize that times have changed and we have to change with the times. I believe it's important for us to establish sustainable relationships with our community because without the community, we can't succeed. We need the community to be able to trust us to police their streets. And I would like to actually see more of transparency, more accountability for police in order to create a path where we can bridge the gap between police and the community. I think that in terms of my vision is I definitely want to see a reduction in crime. We have had nationwide an uptick in violent crimes. So reducing crime, again, building relationships with the community, building trust and legitimacy. I've spoken about officer wellness. I would love to see officers take a more proactive approach to their health and wellness. Would like to see technology advanced. With the Miami Police Department, we have paved the way as a model agency in terms of technology, but I just still think that there is so much more that can be done. So I would like to further leveraging technology as a crime-fighting tool for our department and the citizens of Miami. And lastly, training. Just making sure that we're equipped and that our officers are well-trained in all types of trainings, whether it's de-escalation, whether it's implicit bias, tactical training, operational training, just to make sure that training and education, which is another pillar of 21st century policing, is taken seriously, because I don't think you can ever have too much training.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As a business owner in the city, I see a growing issue with the impact the homeless have on our business community. Additionally, incidents involving people with mental illness and the police are a source of concern. How would you ensure that your department is prepared to deal with these situations? Also, what resources or training would you implement to assist officers with dealing with citizens who are homeless or have special needs or mental illness?
Thank you for that question. So first and foremost, I think that as law enforcement, we wear many hats. We deal with homeless, we deal with mental illness, we deal with behavioral issues in schools. And so what the main thing is to gather intelligence and information as to whatever the issue is that we're going to tackle. So when it comes to mental illness and homeless, those two are big issues for us here in the city of Miami. What I will say is that I am cautious that we don't want to criminalize being homeless. However, it is an issue. It's a societal issue. And what I would offer is that it's going to take a collaborative effort. You'll hear me speak about partnerships very often. It's going to take a collaborative effort between human services, social services, and police in order to mitigate the issue of homelessness. With homelessness, you're dealing with various issues such as substance abuse and mental illness. So I think it's going to take a full collaboration of different social services in order to provide the individuals with what we need. I can tell you statistically that simply making arrests is not going to alleviate us of that problem. We've made upwards of 1,000 arrests of homeless in the past year, but it still exists as an issue for us. And I think what it is going to take is deliberate and intentional enforcement, not just one day out of a week, not just 2 days out of a week, but it has to be consistent. And I think the goal really needs to be to get the individuals the services that they need in order to alleviate the problem. But just incarceration is obviously not the answer. In terms of any training, I believe you asked, part of it is training. We do have crisis intervention training, which is a 40-hour course that our officers go through. One of the things that I would like to see that is trending right now is officers that go through a course of 40 hours. I still don't think that it's sufficient to deal with someone with a serious mental issue. I do think it is a Band-Aid approach, and I would love as leader of this agency to see us actually collaborate with official mental health clinicians and respond to calls with us so that the individuals can get the actual service that they need instead of a Band-Aid approach. In terms of a program that the City of Miami has with the opioid abuse, it's a diversion program that has been successful for our department in that they're given an option, this diversion program, where you get help for substance abuse or incarceration. We've had many successes with it, and so I would like to see that continue to manifest itself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question, Chief Dixon, is your question.
Thank you. Chief Gauss, as chief, what, if any, of the police officers' training program would you prioritize and beef up, both in the police college and for the veteran officers?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question clearly. Could you repeat it?
Gladly. As chief, what, if any, of the police officers' training program would you prioritize and beef it up in the police college and for our veteran officers?
Thank you for that question. I think with the current climate, we need to make sure, like I said before, education and training is one of the pillars of 21st century policing, and it's very important. One of my goals and priorities, especially being over the training unit. I do think the training that would be a priority for me at this time, due to the current climate, would be de-escalation training. We want to make sure that our officers are equipped to handle any given situation. However, we want to ensure that they have the training that they need in order to know when to turn it down a notch. I think that when responding to situations, you need to be able to de-escalate and not escalate a situation. So I think de-escalation training is very, very much a priority. I also believe that implicit bias is another training that I think would be a priority for me. I believe that we all have biases, but we need to understand how to deal with people and how to respect and understand those different biases. I do also believe that diversity training is pivotal. As Miami, as a city of Miami, we know that we are a very diverse city. We are a very diverse city with very many different cultural backgrounds and so forth. So I think that as a department, we need to be able to commingle, respect and understand other cultures that we may not be familiar with. Definitely our police academy training is going to be pivotal. We need to make sure that we vet and train the officers that are coming into our academy so that they are the most professional and most well-trained officers that we can possibly have. You asked about veteran officers. In terms of veteran officers, I think that they would benefit from all of the trainings that I have suggested. And with our veteran officers, we want to make sure that we utilize them to our benefit as mentors to our younger officers. We have a very young police department, to use them as mentors to our officers and to offer that guidance and training to our younger folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Candidate, that's the end of your question portion of your interview. Now is the time for your wrap-up, and you have 5 minutes. You can begin.
Okay. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It is a privilege and an honor for me to be here to discuss my skills and suitability for this position. As I indicated to you, I love the city of Miami. I have been here for 27, almost 28 years. Spent half my life growing up in this department. I believe that one of the things you'll get from me is that I am passionate about policing. I am passionate about making a difference in the community. I bring a different perspective, as I've indicated, to the role of police chief. I'm a well-rounded leader. As I've indicated, I have experience in working in all divisions of the police department. One thing that you will get from me is I will always do what is right for the city of Miami, for the Miami Police Department, as well as for myself. I will always protect the brand of the Miami Police Department, as well as the city of Miami, as well as my own brand. I think I have a clear understanding of the humanistic side of police enforcement. I am available, I am accessible, I am present. And I am committed to advancing the department forward with its goals and objectives. I am ready for the position. First and foremost, I want to talk about a little bit before I end here, what my goals would be in the first 90 days if I were selected for the police chief position. And that would be first and foremost to reduce and prevent crime. I indicated earlier that we have a small uptick with our violent crimes, so that would be one of my first priorities. Secondly would be bridging the gap between community and police. Right now, tensions are high with the community, but I've had the fortune of forging those relationships. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I know that Chief Dixon asked about training. One of the things that I've had the opportunity to do as a result of the unrest is collaborate with the Miami Heat in order to bring training to the city of Miami. They will be sponsoring training for our officers, and it would be inclusive of the community as well as Heat players in order to build relationships in our community. I also think that we need to prioritize getting past this pandemic. We talked a little bit about officer wellness, and that is a part of officer wellness. We've had a lot of officers, over 300, that have been positive with COVID and come back to work, and they've stood on the front lines each and every day. So making officer wellness a priority is paramount. And the last thing I would do in those 90 days is make sure that I fully assess my command staff to ensure that I have the right people in place to push the goals and mission of the department forward. Again, I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me today, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, even though we started late, we've been doing great as far as getting the interviews, so we're going to take one more candidate before lunch. Good morning. You can stand right here at this, right here, this one. Yes, straight ahead, I'm sorry. You ready? Okay, you'll have 3 minutes to introduce yourself, so you can begin.
Hi, my name is Jason Lando. I'm currently a commander with the Pittsburgh Bureau of Police in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's where I was born and raised, went to college there. Back in 2014, I was offered the opportunity to promote from lieutenant to the rank of commander. And at the time, I inherited a police precinct. We have 6 precincts in the city of Pittsburgh, about 1,000 police officers. And at the time, I inherited a precinct that had a lot of history of mistrust between police and community. The morale of the officers was pretty low. The officers didn't feel really particularly supported, and the community didn't feel like they were in touch with the police. So that was really my reason for wanting to promote to the rank of commander, and my reason for wanting to go specifically to that precinct was to really change that dynamic and change the culture and between the officers and the community. I had worked there previously as a sergeant and as a lieutenant, and I knew if I ever had the opportunity to go back as the boss, as the commander, that I would work to change that dynamic. I was there for 5 years, and we implemented a number of initiatives in partnership with the community, working with our officers. And in just a short amount of time, we were able to drive down complaints against our police officers by 40%. We saw a 10% reduction in crime across the board. The officers reported that they felt more supported, and we had a whole different relationship with the community that we never had before. So I say that because now I have the the time, the experience on the job in Pittsburgh to retire. My pension's vested, and I'm just looking for greater leadership opportunities somewhere else. I love the Miami area. I was very thrilled when the job came open, and I decided to apply. And I think I bring with me kind of a unique and innovative approach to dealing with police and community.
Okay, first question.
Good morning. Are you familiar with the Police Executive Research Forum's guiding principles on the use of force? And if you are, what is your opinion regarding the implementation of these policies?
I just didn't catch the last part of the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can read, it's a sentence. Are you familiar with the Police Executive Research Forum's guiding principles on the use of force? And if you are, what is your opinion regarding implementation of these policies?
So I am, and I do believe that, one of the things we need to look at right now that I agree with is stressing de-escalation whenever possible. And so, I think a lot of times, previously, we didn't really go to de-escalation as a technique for dealing with situations. We used the force continuum, and there were a number of times where I saw officers using force that were legally allowed to use force. They were justified in doing so, but it probably wasn't the best option, and there were probably other ways to handle the situation. So I think, when you look at PERF's recommendations and their suggestions, for me, I think one of the things that I stress the most with the officers, and we do a lot of training, is looking for ways that we can handle some of the situations without having to resort to force, even if we're legally allowed, right? And sometimes we call those, we refer to them as lawful but awful situations where the officers are justified, but it causes the community to lose trust in the police. So one of the things that I did in Pittsburgh, I'm one of the lead trainers for our procedural justice training initiative. It was a 3-year training program in Pittsburgh where in year 1, all the officers were trained in concepts of procedural justice. In year 2, the training was basically a de-escalation training. It was tactical de-escalation. And we looked at, the PERF recommendations, and we did scenario-based training with the officers and showed them incidents that occurred all across the country. And we talked about if you were placed in that situation here in Pittsburgh, how would you handle it? And so officers had the opportunity to kind of talk through some of those situations. And I think that because of that, we've seen a reduced use of force across the department, and then correspondingly a reduced number of complaints against officers.
Next question.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Many have recognized the need for collection of data to identify and document racial and ethnic disparities for use as a tool to figuring out how to ensure racial and ethnic fairness in policing. Do you have an opinion about that? And if so, what is your opinion? And do you have experience in collecting and analyzing data of this type? And would you commit to implementing protocols to collect and analyze racial and ethnic data in connection with all police encounters with the public?
Thank you. Yeah, so data collection is really important to drive our community outreach efforts, to drive our enforcement and our engagement efforts. So if we say that we don't want to collect data, then I don't want to say that means we're trying to hide something, but that means that we might not be willing to face an uncomfortable truth, right? So I think data collection is very important. In Pittsburgh, I came on the department when we were under a federal consent decree. So since my first day as a police officer, we've had to really collect data on everything. Subject stops, traffic stops, and race, age, gender. And I think that's important to have that information, because that way you can do a historical look back and say, hey, it appears right now as though we are policing our city fairly and equitably, or it appears as though we are stopping a disproportionate amount of whatever it might be, whether it's Latino, African American. But if you don't have that data, like how can you accurately, how can you adjust and how can you make those necessary changes? So yes, it's something that for me, it's a no-brainer. It's something I've dealt with my entire career, and I would hope that any department would commit to collecting that data so they know how to make those informed decisions in the future.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome you to the city of Miami, and being a Steelers fan.
Great to be
Glad
here.
you're here. So, my question obviously would not apply toward you because you're not a resident or citizen of the city of Miami or the county. However, based on your information that you might have gathered over the city of Miami Police Department, where do you vision yourself leading or taking the department into the next level?
So I have done my homework on Miami, as much as one can do at home in Pittsburgh on Google. But, for me, I think one of my passions and one of the reasons why I've started looking for leadership opportunity elsewhere is because, I wanted to be a police officer since I was 5 years old. I knew from the time I was a little kid, chasing my brother around the house, handcuffing him to things, that I was going to be a cop. For me, I'm very passionate about the profession and about bringing police officers and community members together, because I hate turning on the TV every day and seeing things play out across the country that causes the public to lose faith in the police, and that also causes police officers that do the right thing every day to feel like they're not being supported. So while I might not be able to speak to specifics right now about Miami, I can tell you that that's what drives me every day. When I come to work as a commander in Pittsburgh, really trying to be intentional about supporting those officers when they do the right thing, letting them know that if you go out there every day and you uphold your oath, that I'll have your back. When you do the wrong thing, holding you accountable, but being fair about it, and also working to really view the community as, rather than viewing it as an adversarial relationship, bringing people together so we make decisions together. And I think that that's the only way you build trust and legitimacy. So that's kind of the direction I would want to go with the department if I was the chief.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next question, Chief Harms, is your question?
Yes, thank you. I've seen a number of police officers recently out of shape, overweight, and unprofessional looking in their uniforms. It's not just around the country where I've seen them, but I've also seen them in the city of Miami. What would you do to improve the conditions that I have just mentioned to you so that they would look professional and act professional, and hopefully the public would respond in kind?
Thank you for that question. Physical fitness, I think, is very important. For officers, obviously their physical well-being, their ability to do the job, but also their mental health, like their mental well-being. I would love to see a program in Miami where officers were being in good shape, being physically fit is actually incentivized. There are departments across the country. There are departments that are the model departments where officers train together. There's time on duty for them to train together to stay physically fit. It builds camaraderie, it builds teamwork, and also, not only does it make the officers healthier, but it improves their outlook on the job, and it also makes them feel appreciated, like their command staff and their bosses take their personal well-being to heart. They have better family lives when they're able to stay physically fit, less sick time abuse, less call off work. So I would love to take some of the things I've seen from around the country from some of those departments that have those model practices and build an officer wellness program here in Miami, or if there is one already in place, just to expound upon it and really make it something that the officers want to do and look forward to do, and not feel like, oh boy, I better get in shape or I'm going to get fired. I think there's a way to do it, to put a positive spin on it, so the officers, it's actually something that they want to do and they look forward to doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Putting aside for the moment what you just told us about your ideas of taking the city of Miami if you are appointed. What is your vision overall for the future of policing in the United States?
I mean, I honestly think that I guess I kind of answered that question. I think that would be like you said my overall vision for policing across the country?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, the masks make it kind of hard to hear. I mean, really, I think that's what it is. You know, I think that typically in policing, the police have always been in a silo, right? We do what we think is best for certain communities. We don't really, we go to meetings and we give stats and we give information, but we don't really view the community as a partner. And a lot of times we're not as transparent as we should be when things happen. And so I think, my vision for policing in the future is that we just, we work more, we view the community more as a partner than as, I think I used the term earlier, adversary. Maybe that was a little harsh of a term, but the decisions we make and how we police communities and how we do community engagement, that should be done with the input of the community, right? So one of the things I always use is coffee with a cop. So, a couple years ago, post-Ferguson, when there was this big push for departments to be more community focused, everyone came out with coffee with the cop. That was the big thing, coffee with the cop. So, I look at that as, that's great. Anything we can do to work with the community is great. But look at who has the most issues right now with police officers. If I was a young person of color who have never had a positive experience with the police, would I want to go and sit and have coffee with a police officer in uniform? No, I would not. So one of the things we did in my district is we went to the schools and we went to the community groups and we said, we want to have this engagement. We want it to be meaningful. We want to cater to the different groups of people because it's not a one-size-fits-all when you engage with the community. It's just not. And so I said, we really want to reach some of the teenagers because that group, they have a really tough time with police. We were getting called to fights after school. Some of the kids were throwing stuff at our police cars when we drove by, and there was just this tension. And I said, these kids do not want to come have coffee with the police. That's not fun for them. What can we do to make it relevant and interesting for them? And so working with the schools and working with the community groups in the different neighborhoods, we were able to build it, we call it Youth Connections. We built this program where we took officers, took them out of uniform, dressed them in regular street clothes, and we went into the schools and we did role reversal scenarios. We let the kids pretend to be the police officers. We gave them a voice. We gave them a listening session where they talked about their experiences with the police. We had lunch with them, just like normal people. And it totally changed the dynamic between our officers and the young people. So when we were out in the street a couple days later, and we were called to another fight after school, we were seeing these kids, and they were seeing us in a whole different light. We saw an increased level of cooperation. We saw the officers really engaging with the young people as just human beings instead of someone in a uniform, instead of just a cop in a uniform and a teenager from the neighborhood. So I say all that because we wouldn't have had that program. We wouldn't have been able to accomplish that if we didn't go to the community and say, listen, we want to have a good relationship, but what should it look like? And I think that's when I look at the future of policing, if we don't do more of that, if we don't work more listening to the community and establishing those relationships and those partnerships, then all we're doing is providing a service that we believe people really want, but that might not be the best fit. And so I think, just not to continue to repeat myself, but I think moving forward, if you see cities around the country start to really, one of the things that I think would be a great idea that I did in Pittsburgh is build a program called the Commander's Cabinet. And here it could be like a Chief's Advisory Board, where we have a representation of the entire community. And so when things would happen, we'd have incidents that would happen, high-profile events, a use of force incident. We had this group of residents that we could go to and have this transparent relationship, and it helped guide me in my decision-making every day. And when we did have an incident that happened, we could bring the group together, we could bring them in, and explain to them, you know, hey, this is what happened the other night, and please give us time, we're investigating it, but we want to be transparent with you. And then they would kind of be our ambassadors. They would go out to the community and say, hey, we met with the commander yesterday. This isn't what it looks like on TV. Let's give it time for the investigation to play out. And by having those relationships and being open and transparent with the community, we were able to avoid a lot of incidents that would have resulted in protests or civil unrest just by being open and transparent. And so that's kind of where I see hopefully, law enforcement going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. As a business owner in the city, I see a growing issue with the impact the homeless have on our business community. Additionally, incidents involving people with mental illness and the police are a source of concern. How would you ensure that your department is prepared to deal with these situations? Also, what resources or training would you implement to assist officers with dealing with citizens who are homeless and have special need or mental illness?
So first of all, I think the CIT training, crisis intervention training for officers is very important. I'm not sure what percentage of the department here in Miami has that training, but I think every officer should have it. Also, you know, there's other trainings like de-escalation, which I think which is very prevalent when it comes to people suffering from mental illness and homelessness, because a lot of times those are the situations we're seeing across the country that end in an ugly use of force. Okay, could you just repeat the first part of the question?
Yeah. As a business owner in the city, I see a growing issue with the impact homeless have on our business community.
Okay. So, and I think the other thing, and this goes a lot to the current culture where, you know, the defund the police, is there are certain things that that the police should not be the primary responders for. And I think when you look across the country at some of the places that are implementing some of these policies and best practices, we're looking at things like drug addiction, substance abuse, homelessness, and mental illnesses, trying to explore ways where the police could be, I guess you could call it a secondary responder, pairing them with mental health professionals that are specially trained. I mean, I know that if I was someone in crisis and I needed help, I would probably rather talk to someone that has a doctorate in that field than a police officer whose training might be limited to 1 week in the police academy on that particular topic. So I think that you know, one of my biggest priorities would be to start exploring the opportunities for having those relationships, to have those co-responders partner with the police department, so they're actually going out in the street on calls where someone who might have that greater need, right? So someone who might have you know, severe mental health issues, where they are taking the lead, and then the police officer could obviously be there in case things turn violent or in case that they need law enforcement needs to intervene, right? We want to make sure our responders are safe, but I think that having programs like that, a co-responder type program, I think would be very important. Also looking at partnering, whether it's like exploring grant options or public-private partnerships to try and help provide services longer term for some of the homeless. This is not a situation that we can arrest our way out of, and I think a lot of times police officers feel like they're backed into a corner and the only thing they can do in a situation is arrest someone, whether it's trespassing or, you know, public drunkenness, some low-level offense. And, you know, I don't fault the officers for that. They're called to a scene. They have a situation that they have to deal with. But that person's going to be, if they're even held in jail at all, they're going to be out in 24 hours, and they're going to be right back, probably affecting your business.
No.
So I think coming up with a task force to explore some longer-term solutions, so maybe the officers actually have a place to take those individuals, I think would be really important, and would probably also help you greatly as a business owner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question.
It's Chief Dixon's turn.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was your rank with the department, Pittsburgh Department, sir? Mr. Landau?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand the question. I couldn't hear the question.
Looking at your resume, I'm asking, what was your rank with the Pittsburgh Police Department? What was your rank?
My rank?
Yes.
I'm a commander with the Pittsburgh Police, and I know different departments have different ranks. So in Pittsburgh, the commanders run the police precincts around the city and the major work units. So I ran one of our precincts for 5 years, and now I'm the commander over our narcotics and vice division.
Thank you. Thank you. As chief, what, if any, of the police officers training program would you prioritize and beef up, both in the police college that we call in Miami, and for the veterans of the force?
So I think, without having a lot of firsthand knowledge of what the current curriculum is, I would say that some of the things I think are really important are, like we talked about before, de-escalation, really stressing officers connecting with the community, and also less lethal options, I think is really important, something that we don't stress enough in policing. So those are just a couple of things that come to mind. But one of the things I think is kind of merits discussion. I'm not saying that my mind is made up on this or that I would even have a say on it. I look at how we run our police academies, and I'm often popping into the police academy in Pittsburgh. We run our own academy, and I teach there as well. And we run it as a military institution, right? Well, we call it paramilitary institution. And I often wonder, not even so much the curriculum, but the way we run the academy, does that affect how officers operate out in the street, right? So for 6 months or 8 months or a year, however long the academy is, we run it like a boot camp. If I come in the building because I'm a commander, they have to put their backs against the wall and salute me and say yes sir, no sir. And I just often wonder, like, we kind of drill that into the officers' brains, and then we put them out in the street, and we expect them to be very engaging with the community, and so we're training them one way, and then we're actually putting them out in the street and expecting them to act a totally different way. So I think maybe taking a look at how we run the academies would also merit some discussion. But for me, I think some of the things would be officer safety, because no matter what, right, no matter what the option is, I don't ever want to see an officer get hurt because they're afraid to act. So officer safety, de-escalation, focusing more on less lethal, and then really stressing that connecting with the community.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, this ends the interview, the question portion of your interview. So now you have 5 minutes for your wrap-up. You may begin.
I really just, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. It's an honor to even be considered here today. I guess just a little bit about me. The reason I'm looking for other opportunities is, I think I've been able to make some really important and significant changes in my current department. I'm eligible to retire, but for me, it's not like wanting to be called chief or be a boss, or for me, it's really finding a place where I'm a good fit and where the department's a good fit for me, and being able to do something meaningful and affect some important change where needed. But I'm also not the type of person that would ever come into a new position and say, hey, I did something here and it worked, so this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do here now in Miami. Miami and Pittsburgh are two very different cities, and I think that's where I'm really connecting with the police officers, connecting with elected officials and with the community members is so important, because it would be absurd to think that I would come here from Pittsburgh and just just use everything that I did back there and make it happen here. So I know sometimes when out of state or out of area candidates are considered, that's a fear that some people have. But I think one of the things where I've been able to see a lot of success and excel is by listening to other people and being responsive. So that would be something I would do if I came here to Miami. And again, just thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, that ends your portion of your interview. Thank you. Panel, I'll allow you all to take a few minutes. Lunch is not here yet, so we're going to try to do the next candidate. But do you need to step away to refresh yourself or anything?
Yeah,
Good afternoon, candidate. You have 3 minutes to do an introduction, and I was going to tell you can take your mask off, so you may begin.
My name is Manny Morales, and first of all, I want to thank each and every one of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. It definitely shows a willingness to serve our community. We truly appreciate it. I want to thank the manager, the mayor, and the commissioners for allowing me the opportunity to compete for this prestigious position. And about 50 years ago, born in Puerto Rico, Cuban parents, and even though we lived in the island, I spent most of my summers here in the city of Miami, where I fell in love with this beautiful place. So I was thrilled in the summer of '83 when we moved here and we became permanent residents. I went to high school here. My father was part of the local community radio newscaster for Radio Mambí. So Miami has always been very dear to us. Graduated high school. I was too young to join the police department, but I felt a very strong drive to serve my community. So I joined the United States Army, where I served 4 years. In that time, I had the opportunity to be deployed to several places and take part in several events that were very meaningful in my life. Dispatch to Panama for Operation Just Cause and Desert Storm and Desert Shield. The Army taught me the value of hard work, the meaning of dedication, discipline, honor, and integrity. When I left the Army, no doubt about it, decided to come back to the city where I joined this fantastic police department 27 years ago. It has been the thrill of my life to serve the citizens of Miami, where I now serve as the Chief of Operations. And I would love to work along with the community, the city administration, members of the police department, to make Miami a city where we can live, work, and visit safely without the fear of crime. I will accomplish this by reducing violent gun-related crimes, uniting the community by fostering equality, employing constitutional policing while enhancing officer wellness and professionalism, by leading fairly and with transparency as I mitigate the challenges of our diverse city and move the Miami Police Department to the forefront of American policing excellence.
You have a minute left in your introduction.
I won't need it. Thank you.
First question, please.
Yes. Chief Morales, are you familiar with the Police Executive Research Forum's guiding principles on the use of force? And if you are, what is your opinion regarding implementation of these policies?
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Thank you very much for that question. If that's any indication of what's awaiting for me the rest of this afternoon, I think we're in for a real treat. I am familiar with the PERF guiding principles. I've been a member of PERF since 2015, since I was privileged enough to attend the Senior Management of Institute of Policing up in Boston, a great course that the Miami Police History continues to have a long history of sending executives to prepare them for what lays ahead in the law enforcement. So the guiding principles dealing with force that PERF has, it's a group of individuals came, I want to say it was back in 2016, law enforcement professionals and scholars from various departments across the nation, and came up with 30 guiding principles. I think the most important one, which is number one, would be that all life is precious. That a department has to have, as part of its core values, the sanctity of life. I think that's incredibly important. If out of the 30 principles, I think Miami is doing a phenomenal job. I know Miami is doing a phenomenal job. We are somewhere in the 24 where we meet it. And those are things such as the prohibition of shooting at motor vehicles in motions. We've had that since Chief Timoney was back here in 2013. We have a duty to intervene, which is one of the principles. And as a matter of fact, very recently we finished updating our departmental orders. Not only that, there is a duty to intervene, but there is also a duty to report when an officer is using excessive force on a subject. So it's not as if you can just intervene and stop your fellow officer from applying or being engaged in abusive treatment. You are mandated now to report that. But there's a couple of things in there that we could improve. We do not do a very good job sharing with the community our accomplishments. We don't do a very good job sharing with the city the information that we collect. We're great at collecting information in reference to crime, how we deploy it, how effective we are combating crime. However, we need to do a better job, and one of the principles is to be able to share that information on a regular basis and have transparency with our community. What it serves as is a platform for the police department and the community to have unity and forum, to be able to come together and share values that impact our community. And I think that's why those principles are so important. So, in short, I'm familiar with them, and I'm on board. I think that is great. It's based on best practices around the country, so we definitely are moving in that direction. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Next question.
It's still good morning, almost afternoon, but not quite. So, sir, many have recognized the need for collection of data to identify and document racial and ethnic disparities for use as a tool to figuring out how to ensure racial and ethnic fairness in policing. Do you have an opinion about that? And if so, what is it? Do you have experience in collecting and analyzing data of this type? And would you commit to implementing protocols to collect and analyze racial and ethnic data in connection with all police encounters with the public?
Wow. Thank you, Ms. Baker. I think data is incredibly important. The experience that I do have collecting data is based on what I just mentioned a little bit ago when I addressed Mr. Johnson's question about PERF. Police departments tend to live and die by the data we collect. But oddly enough, it only relates to crime and police activity as far as our response to incidents. I think that there's an abundance of data, but it's all crime-driven. To collect the type of information that would give us an insight into whether our officers are constitutionally policing, they're applying equity and fairness to the actions they take on the streets, we need to make sure that the systems that we have in place speak to one another. So, as chief, I would embark on an endeavor to make sure that all our data systems kind of work along with one another, and we're not as disjointed as we are. The information that you're talking about on data, arrest, breakdown by classification, it's available to us, but it is hard to get. I think that where we really fail is not in collecting data. As I said, we're very good at collecting data. I feel that we're not meeting our true duty to the community is in grabbing this data, analyzing and asking why. If we have an incident where we're arresting Black juveniles at a higher rate than we're arresting Hispanic juveniles, then let's take a deep dive into that. Let's ask why. Why is this happening? Is it geographically located? Are we arresting in a certain neighborhood? Or policing? Are they being afforded the same rights? Are we looking at being able to use an approach toward apprehension as we use toward use of force? Meaning, are we escalating? So are we offering the lowest threshold when we encounter people at the same rate? Meaning, do we offer everyone equally at the same rate the opportunity to warn and dismiss? Do we escalate then to perhaps in the case of a juvenile, as our departmental orders mandate, to contact the parents, advise them of the situation, and release them to the parents? We consider the civil citation as an option for that individual arrest, right? Are we affording people that meet the criteria for a promise to appear where you are allowed to sign in lieu of being taken to jail, are we affording that opportunity at the same rate? If we are going to be a credible organization, we need to make sure that we demonstrate to the citizens of Miami that we not only talk the talk, but that we walk the walk. Let's show it. The experience that I have in breaking down that data, Ms. Baker, is I currently run our CompStat model, which is where we aggregate all the numbers of the incidents that are happening, the information that are coming from the commanders, from our enforcement, and we kind of put forward the plan on how it is that we're combating crime. I intend to do a very similar model when it comes to performance. Are the officers doing the job that the community expects them to do? Are these officers going out there and being fair and equitable with the community? They need to take a look at the stats, how it is that we're applying. Are we over-policing some of our areas just because they're suffering from crime? Listen, I'm not sure what the other candidate said, whether they're keywords about data-driven enforcement. Are we talking about laser-focused deterrence? There's a lot of keywords out there. I just want to know if my officers are going out there into an area and treating folks the way they would want an officer to treat their family member. That's key. That's the important part at first. We can always deal with the problems. There's a whole host of professional law enforcement officers out there that are more than willing to help us. The research, the data is out there. We can find it. It starts with the way we behave, the way we hold ourselves accountable, and the way that we police, the way that our community wants us to police. So, Ms. Baker, in short, again, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm going the long way around, but yes, I do have experience in collecting data, and I have no opposition to collecting, analyzing, and guiding our deployment and actions based on that data. Did I answer all your questions? Because it had a lot of components. Okay.
Next question, please.
Good morning. Mine is going to be much more simple.
Thank you.
But it was a very good question and a satisfactory answer. Assistant Chief, do you live or have you ever lived in the city of Miami, and how long? That's one question. And the other one, if given the opportunity to be the chief of police, lead this department, how would your tenure benefit the department, and where would you like the department to go into the next phase? Where will you take it to the next phase with your longevity, and how long will you like to stay on board?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Mora. I have been with the City of Miami Police Department, as I said in my introduction, a little bit over 27 years. This is my family. This is the city's in my blood. The police department is in my DNA. I'm definitely committed to a long-term position assignment if I am fortunate enough to be selected as chief of police. I know that tenure brings continuity, and we want to make sure that I have enough time to set forth all the strategies, the goals, and carry out the objectives that I'm going to set out for the department. For the last 7 years, until very recently, I lived just a couple of blocks from here in Coconut Grove. It has definitely been, I can tell you the allure of why people want to come in the city. And I think, and I feel that that's related in great part because of the tremendous work that the men and women of the Miami Police Department do. When you feel safe, when you're getting responsive police action, it invites for you to live in the city. It makes you want to live in the city. I know the intricacies of the city being here 27 years. Right? I can tell you what it means to have legendary names like the late great Georgia Ayers or Manuel Perez Roura in Little Havana. I know what that means to our community. I can tell you the subtle differences, why folks in Lemon City get upset when you call it Little Haiti. I can tell you that Flagami suffers from flooding, historically has suffered from prostitution on A Street. I can tell you that the folks in the Upper East Side have to deal with the traffic on US 1 or Biscayne Boulevard. As chief, my learning curve would be much, much flatter because I know my city. I know my residents. As in Spanish, la ciudad de Miami es mi ciudad. Estas son mi gente. Cada vez que yo me visto y me pongo este uniforme por la mañana, yo estoy dispuesto a hacer todo lo que sea necesario para proteger a esa gente. Miami is my city. These are my people. Every day when I get dressed and I put on this uniform, I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep my people safe. Folks might not understand what that means, but like what the mayor said yesterday at the State of the City, Miami we are, and Miami will stay. And as chief, I'll make sure that that happens with some improvements along the way, especially when it comes to perf and data collection and equality. Did I hit all the points?
Oh, yeah, no, you did well, you did well. Thank you very much for your answer.
Next question, Chief Harms, is your question?
Chief, I've seen a number of officers in various agencies overweight, out of shape, and not particularly professional in their appearance in their uniform. This is not an issue around, it is an issue around the country, including the Miami Police Department. What would you do to improve the officers' overall physical condition, their appearance, as well as their mental issues as well? What would you do to address those issues in the Miami Police Department if you're selected police chief?
Good afternoon, Chief, and thank you for that question. And might I say it's good to see you again, and you're looking quite fit. Very, very coincidental related to a question. Incredible point, right? It's so important, the topic of officer wellness and fitness, that President Obama's task force on 21st century policing made it one of the 6 pillars, officer safety and wellness. And I can tell you that it is incredibly important to be able to be fit enough to do the job. But I think it's more than that. I feel very strongly it has to be a balance. It has to be about body, mind, and soul. And what I mean by that is, I've seen officers that are in incredible shape. They are bodybuilders, they are CrossFitters. But when they get on the uniform, they don't show the pride. They wear it sloppily, they're slouching, their uniforms are dirty. They don't take pride in the brand in wearing this patch. Same instance, I have seen officers that are fit, that look great in the uniform, but when they get to a scene, they don't have that command presence. They don't have the attitude that merits the respect of the community. So I think it has to be a combination of things. You have to be able to do the job. You have to be doing the job safely. We need to ensure that our guys have the right equipment, our guys and gals have the right equipment, body vest, that they're wearing their seatbelt, that they're paying attention to the job. But we also have to send fitness benchmarks. And I know the department tried that a while back. And as the operations chief, I have most of the units that have a physical requirement to be there. And by that I mean the SWAT team, K-9, BOMB, all those guys and gals work under my command. And they have a minimum mandatory fitness that they must requalify every quarter. But as part of that mandatory requirement, they also get to work out a certain amount of time an hour on duty. It would be fantastic. And if I'm chief, I would look to work out the logistical problems to make sure that all our officers are doing in there. And going a little bit further, right? We need to recognize. So we need to reward the actions that we seek to enhance. Meaning, if fitness is important, if health is important, we need to reward. We have the Officer of the Month, we have the Community Officer of the Month. Why not give us a fitness award? Why not incentivize? With now the smartphones, by the way, and smart watches, which I'm missing because they took all our electronic devices, I had to go back to my analog watch. Why don't we use it to have a competition about perhaps how many steps you take in a day? There's always that we can get innovative, but also extremely important, which is part of this holistic approach, is your mental fitness. I have seen guys that look good, have a great attitude, but inside they're lacking something. Stress, fatigue, depression, and PTSD. It's hard to do this job. It's hard to be a police officer, not only in the city of Miami, but across the nation. I can tell you, we see things that most folks can't handle. My officers go out each and every day, and when you call the police, think about it. 99.99% of the time, it's not a good thing. It's a father beating a child. It's a husband and wife having an argument. Somebody got robbed and beaten. It's the death of a child. Those are things that have a traumatic, lasting effect on our officers. And even though we have a robust service department that offers free counseling, anonymous to our officers with certified psychologists and psychiatrists, we also have an innovative peer-to-peer program where certain officers in our department have been taught to be able to counsel and to monitor one another for that type of behavior. We have a incredibly comprehensive chaplain detail that are available anytime to our officers and have gone out to the scenes. But we could do even more. What we need to do, right? And Chief Harms, I'm sure this is going to be something near and dear to your heart. We need to get these guys out of the police cars.
Yes,
Being
indeed.
stuck in that car with the AC, with the windows up, does two things. It promotes stagnant physical behavior, and it hampers our ability to connect with the community. I call it the great glass divide. I intend to enhance our beat deployment and have our officers be on foot patrols in our neighborhoods. Two things. It accomplishes, you get your steps in, and you get to meet personally the people that you serve day in and day out. It's a win-win situation. So, Chief, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate that.
Good morning, Chief. It's nice to see you again, as always, over here in front of you. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Good. So I think you touched a lot. But my question is, what is your vision for the future of policing in the United States? You've touched on a lot of things that candidly is in response to my question. But is there anything else you'd like to add to that, to explain your vision of the future of policing?
So I would expect no less from you, Mr. Reyes, to come up with such a question. Just the vision entirely of policing in the USA. It's not worried about the city of Miami, but the whole United States.
You got to think big. You got to think big.
I know that 2020 has been one of the most difficult years, challenging years for law enforcement since I've been a cop. So I imagine most law enforcement executives feel the same. And I apologize, Mr. Cruz. I don't mean to give her my back so much, but
It's okay.
I'm a big guy. It takes a lot to rotate. With COVID, civil disorder, and the crisis of defunding police, quite honestly, it's been stressful. I know that what we have to do, and the vision for policing, I think, is a rethinking of what it is that we want as police executives for our officers to do, and this is solely based on what it is that the community needs from us. The days of going into a neighborhood, going into a community, and telling these folks, we're the police, we know what's good for you. This is what we're going to do. Those days are long gone. Those days are gone. We need to go in the community, and we need to earn back the respect we had many years ago. And if I could, I'm enthralled in, listen, statistics are a tool of those who create it, and they can be turned any other way, but I think there's some that are pretty important. And I think this one, there's a survey that came out in December, so it's very fresh in our minds, and it relates directly to Miami. Miami-Dade voters, sponsored by Miami-Dade College, by Benedictson and Amandi, a firm that's right here in the Grove. And they surveyed voters in the city of Miami. Overall approval of police, 76%. Doesn't sound too bad. You compare it to teachers, 89%. But when you're talking about firefighters and nurses, they're up at 93%. When you bring that down a little bit closer to the local level, the approval for police drops to 69%. But no surprise, I think something that the SCOU will tell you a long time, it drops even further to 51% when we're talking about a black community. Is the relationship getting better or worse with cops in your community? 41% said it's getting worse. 50% of the black community said that. So it's clear. It's clear to us that there is a need for us to reconnect with the community, get back to some grassroots policing. And the way that we do it is, in the same survey, overwhelmingly, people want oversight of police, escalation training, and body-worn cameras. In that order, right? So we already have an oversight board, the Civilian Investigator Panel. As chief, I intend to mend that broken relationship. Right now, that relationship is adversarial. It shouldn't be like that, even though they're an independent board that investigates officers' action. There needs to be a professional relationship in which we both understand that what we're seeking is to make our community better. What we're seeking is to have more professional officers. What we're seeking is to do a better job as a city. As chief, I intend to bring and expand our de-escalation training. We currently do that. We need to do more. The public needs to see that as we follow the PERF's guiding principle of the sanctity of life, that we do everything in our power and ensure that we continue to use force only as a last resort, and that means using the minimum force necessary. And as chief, I will ensure that we continue to employ, deploy, and expand our body-worn camera program. It is important. We have brought it upon ourselves. The lack of trust in the community is based on the actions that we've taken. It's based on things that we've done. It's based on things that we have allowed to happen within our ranks. Body-worn camera brings transparency to the process. It is there for you to see it. Now, we might see the same video, and you and I might disagree on what happened, but at least we're looking at the same footage. And it's not doctored, it's not cut up, it's what happened in the incident. We need to get back and humanizing the badge. A lot of the incidents that we have, a lot of the conflict that we see out on our streets is because they see us as some sort of occupying force that comes into the neighborhoods, tells us what we can and cannot do, instead of a force for good that comes into our neighborhoods with the serious intent to make the community better. We need to have national standards that go across every department. That includes things like hiring at 21 years or older and demanding some college credits, right? You hired a kid that's 19 years old, he doesn't have the life experience. I came in as a 23-year-old, I had 4 years of the Army under my belt, and I still felt that there was a lot more life experience that I needed before I was an effective police officer. And we need to make sure that we, along with those standards, that we standardize training, such as de-escalation, crisis intervention to deal with the mentally ill, and implicit bias training. Because we all have it. We just need to be aware of what it is, how to manage it, and ensure that it doesn't affect the decisions that we're making on the job. We need to change. And one of the changes that has to go, instead of responding when we're being called and said, do you call the police? It needs to be, I'm Chief Morales. How can I help you? Does that shed a little bit of my vision?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Next question, please.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chief. Good afternoon. As a business owner in the city, I see a growing issue with the impact the homeless have on our business community. Additionally, incidents involving people with mental illness and the police are a source of concern. How would you ensure that your department is prepared to deal with these situations? What resources or training would you implement to assist officers with dealing with citizens who are homeless or have special need or mental illness?
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. I just got a little bit of deja vu. I think it was less than 2 weeks ago that I was up here in front of our commission discussing that very same issue. So I'm definitely appreciate that question. I know it's something that it's impacting the city at every level, not just the business owners. It starts with not criminalizing the homeless. We need to understand that the police department's job is to focus on criminal activity regardless of your housing status, whether you're homeless or not. In 2020, out of 11,000 arrests, 1,000, or roughly 10%, were homeless folks. So clearly, for a sector of the population, and at the last count, if I'm correct, it was under 800 in the entire city that are still on the street. Some of them are in temporary shelter. But for some that are less than 1% of the population, to be responsible for 10% of the arrests, doesn't sound like we're doing a very good job, but it's not having the impact. And I can tell you that because we did, when the questions and concerns were brought up, we did a little bit of an analysis internally, and we put some data. And I can tell you that the top 20 homeless offenders in the city of Miami have been arrested 3,800 times. 20 folks, 3,800 arrests, 300 felony convictions. So we have an issue with recidivism and the revolving door of our criminal system. And listen, I'll be the first one to tell you, jail is not for everyone. We are not going to solve this issue by arresting our way out of it. And the vast majority of those arrests for homeless are for narcotics and alcohol. Only 16% of the arrests are for serious crimes, which are robbery, assault, and burglary. We need to grab those serious habitual offenders, and we are working closely with the state attorney's office to identify, and the reason that I have that information on the top 20 is because I did the research and I provided the names to our state attorney, which we're putting together a program to address those individuals. So when they're getting arrested, we would enhance the prosecution and pay special attention to those cases. The rest of the folks, the arrest doesn't work. We right now have a program called CLEAR, where in lieu of a felony narcotics arrest, you are able to sign a contract and go into treatment. The City of Miami Police Department got a grant that allows us to place felony drug offenders into rehab. So we need to expand those resources. We need to expand that program. Crisis intervention training is paramount. Roughly a year, we do about 3,000 involuntary and voluntary mental treatment referrals. 30% of those, homeless. They're coming in and out. We need to find a way to partner up with Judge Leibman and the 11th District, who was one of the principal folks to bring the crisis intervention training to deal with individuals with mental illness, and partner with them to make sure that we kind of use some other options. We just committed to a grant where we're going to train an additional 50 officers to be crisis intervention team to be able to deal with these cases, whether it be a homeless or not. And listen, I lived in the city for a very long time. I can tell you, everybody will complain about the homeless, everybody will complain about the treatment, but it is about basic human rights and needs. A lot of these encampments, when they see us coming out there and the police, they think we're there to kick these guys and these homeless folks out. We're not there. We're there to provide the services. Every time we go out there, and we did almost 400 cleanup operations last year. We go out there, and our intent is to clean, sanitize, remove waste and discarded packages, and to offer assistance, even to the chronically resistant homeless that do not want to go into shelter, whether they have a mental illness or some sort of addiction or substance abuse issue. We offer the services every single time. As chief, I would expand that with a Miami Safe Task Force that would include not only police, because it's important to keep our streets safe, but to have solid ways to clean up the sites. We need to have the net, the homeless outreach to offer the services. We need to be able to partner up with fire rescue so they can offer services, EMT services to those that are in need in there. And we need to bring along mental health professionals that are able to identify the folks that are in critical need at that time. It is a tough thing, and my heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to the homeless community that see themselves as having no other option. But working together in a holistic approach, we can have a positive impact, not only on business owners, because I see your plight, but on the homeless population as well. Did that kind of get it?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Cruz.
you.
Next question, Chief Dixon, is your question.
Hear me?
I can hear you,
You
Chief.
hear me?
I can hear you,
Okay,
Chief.
thank you.
Good to see you.
Hello, Chief. Let me ask this question. As chief, what, if any, of the police officers' training program would you prioritize and beef up, both in the police college and for the veteran officers?
Good afternoon, Chief Dixon. It's so good to see you again.
Thank you.
Training is incredibly important. Not only is the right selection process and getting the right folks to be in the police department, but maintaining training is paramount. And I can think of no better training than de-escalation training, as I referenced to in Mr. Reyes' question about the vision. We teach de-escalation. Started a while back with the FIU model, where it teaches various methods of de-escalating. But there's one out there, and I'm not sure if you guys have heard it, but there's one out there, and the International Chiefs Association has one that's called ICAT, Integrating Communications and Tactics, Assessment and Action and Tactics. And it is, just to give you a little background on it, it's put together right around 26 things, but it is centered around having encounters between the police, emotionally disturbed persons, and non-firearm incidents, meaning individuals that might be armed with a bat, a knife, anything short of a firearm. And I think that this is important because that's the vast majority. I feel that the community at large sees the imminent threat when you deal with a subject that's armed with a firearm. In those cases, we do phenomenal training. We have our officers go through shoot, don't shoot scenarios all the time. We have a very realistic simulator that puts them in the middle of the action. But this is something that we need to do for our community because it gives us that ability to go out there and, once again, following the PERF principles, it lets the community know that we place a value on human life. This teaches things such as creating time, creating time by using cover and distance, and letting officers know that you need to slow down the scenario. A lot of times you get there, you're screaming, you're drop the gun. They don't understand that. This teaches you to slow the scenario down, understand that we have all the time in the world. Create that distance from the subject, respecting life, begin a conversation, and try to bring this subject down. It also, at the same time, because communication alone is not it integrates the tactics. So it teaches you safe tactics, it teaches you options of using less than lethal options, your taser, the pepper spray. It shows you that there's other ways to react to those incidents other than with a firearm. We recently outfitted some of our officers with ballistic shields. Great for firearm incidents, but also great for when you have a subject that's armed with something less than a firearm. When you have that shield, you're creating that barrier. It allows the officer to be a lot more comfortable and relaxed. When you're having a conversation with an individual who is armed, but now you're creating that ballistic distance and that shielding from them. This class it teaches you not to shout commands, because folks that are in crisis, as any CIT officer will tell you, they don't understand what's happening. They're not processing what's happening. And like I told you, it bridges the gap between communications. What's more important is that it focuses on patrol officers, the guys that use it each and every day. It also gives you in the training a little post-event option between the difference of arrest and a mental health referral. Definitely for patrol, we need to expand that, Chief Dixon, escalator. I do have some other ideas for our investigative personnel. It's paramount that we hold the people that commit serious crimes accountable for what they've done by putting solid cases together, and we stopped judging the success of our investigations by arrest, but by convictions. And there is a training that it is high-value detainee interrogation group called the HIG. It sounds a little bit aggressive, but trust me when I tell you, it was put together by the FBI and Department of Defense. And what it does, it uses a team approach to build rapport, develop a conversation with suspects, and enhance their memory recall. Instead of using the traditional methods that we do now by detecting the cues, whether you're lying or not, and trying to use the evidence to kind of entrap you into a statement that's not right to get you to confess. Kind of complicated. But the agencies that have tried this have seen some serious success. So those are two trainings, Chief, that I believe are extremely important. And if I'm chosen as chief, I will do my best to bring both of those training scenarios to the city of Miami.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, this ends the question portion of your interview. You now have 5 minutes to do your wrap-up. You may begin.
I have to say, thank you. You folks did not disappoint. Your questions were well thought out, and they really showed me that you have an intimate knowledge and care for the city that we all love. I look forward to having the Miami Police be driven by engagement while fostering local and federal partnerships and leveraging existing and new technologies while we rely on data analysis and intelligence to drive down violent crime, which must be always our top priority, to improve the quality of life in all our neighborhoods. As Miami progresses, as we see this boom again, what I will do hardest as chief of police is make sure that every child in every district enjoys the same safety and quality of life as the children in other districts. To have parents have to worry about if their child goes outside and will their safety be risked. As we saw 2 weeks ago in a birthday party, 6-year-old Chastity lost her life at a birthday party. That needs to be our priority. This historical circle of violence, cycle of violence that desensitizes and traumatizes our neighborhoods must stop. It is not normal not to react when you hear gunfire. No child must go through that. And it is my job as chief of police to ensure that we bring that quality of life to all our residents. I also look forward to employing proven training methods and sound tactics that demand accountability and always being cognizant of our resources with the aim of sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm truly humbled to have the opportunity to come and answer your questions. I hope that I can be of service in the very near future, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you, Chief. Nice seeing you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, you can now have lunch. The lunch is in the same area where we had the lunch is in the same area where we had the breakfast. Can you please leave your questions where they are, and I'm going to pick them up.
So what I'd like to do is have us reconvene at 1:30.
But we're not finished, are we?
We got two more.
We have two
Come
more
on. Okay,
candidates.
so you gotta pick our questions up or what?
That's why I said leave them there, I'll pick them up. I'm gonna pick them up, and then when we come back, we have an hour for lunch. Thank you, Mr. Manager, I forgot to tell that part. We have an hour for lunch. When we reconvene at 1:30, I'll give you back the question.